Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. So, wanna... Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry, what's the last thing you remember? Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely... I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for. There are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't... I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here. No matter... There's no way I'm leaving without him. So I'm just kind of... I need... What I mean is... If you can do that... Oh, of course. Sorry. Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my... Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all this... All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that... I don't... You're welcome. Always happy. He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. But maybe the two of you can piece together... In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. You really don't remember? Not much, really. But imagine... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find a... Great. Thank you. I think you'll need it more than I will.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forward." Step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place. Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation. Or a warning. Al Worth. To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of... No idea what you're talking... You know, that's all right, friend. Everyone's well. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say... It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the Empire are you from, exactly? CE? No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit... You seem very lost. And in more ways than... Live by our law here. Not laws, law. There's just one, the Golden Rule. It's kind of... But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him. So then... Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see... We've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. Dear how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the Forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse.
This place has
The
become a
magistrate can explain the
thoroughfare.
rest. Who's up these stairs?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know. A curious name. I see you have the piercing and we're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a secret city built deep. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living, and in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights. Nor could I, until I came. But the reason for this, if even one person commits a sin here, you see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left in script from what we can gather, breaking the law here and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day. And now it's all that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is... I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have... You see, In my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient rite. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable, one person can pass through it and travel back to the... And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person. 2,000 years? Please, tell me, in your time. I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. I don't suppose you saw any sign of... I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform... Well, I suppose that's all I can... An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crime? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made it. And we must honor the peace of the gods. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we... Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 8 we have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have you. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their... When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the... Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for them. On occasion. But our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm. I have made my pronouncement. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. Ah, good. So, are you with me? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city. Talk to everyone. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and figure out who the culprit is and... Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucrece. I heard wailing from there not long ago.
Oh, don't mind me. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here. What are you doing in here? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent appropriate at... Now, remind me, why are we having this... You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god. But what kind of an awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his or... Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! What do you have to say for yourself? No response. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies? It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms. I went to sleep. I think so, yes. But she was very because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually. That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a pride. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lift. I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city. You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest, and my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Scintilla. Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. If you must know, I'm here because my father has forbidden me from leaving the villa. I couldn't bear to lose you too, he says, as if he loves me, and not because he needs at least one daughter he can trade off. So you'll help me find... Oh, you should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door. Maybe you'll find something the rest of us missed. Thanks. I'd appreciate... Of course. What have you... Oh. All right.
Citizen? Ah, you've returned. Ask them. Good. I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see. I've always considered my guiding our survival and prosperity. Give the gods what they want, and we all. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. I trust that. Of course. Why that? It looks like. Sextus Sentius. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion. It's a cavalry officer. I had My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as on a... Now the port is usually bustling, but just as they were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to. Unfortunately, it just seems very well. Thank you.
On your best behavior, I trust? What now? I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughter. I also keep a register. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself, not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl, and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum Fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, that said. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested. I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by... Of course. Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check. It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it. What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But life is harsh, and I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it, so railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing. If you like. Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, see, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies. The man's a savage. But he's a gladiator. Sentius knows about it, of course. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. I appreciate... In any case, if you're interested... What business? A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's been 3 weeks. Scintilla was always a woman. I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malia. You might fare better though, I suppose. Fine. Alright. Please.
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get the feeling you lot had something to do with Scintilla's disappearance?
That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor sweet girl, not even the Golden Rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
As if I'll be afraid of you now. What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him? What else would you be murmuring about? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it? Good, then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murdae foreigners interfering in an election. Can't hurt. Her name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Too bad. He's busy. Unless... I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important... Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return. Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for... Dunno. Just make it good. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah? This place will change. You won't even... I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it. He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you. We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me. And they keep coming back, if you know what I mean. Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us? Whatever. Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down in... One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody... Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. An hour's... So I go down after him, and it's dark. But and hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. A creature. Like the corpse of a... What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door. Without a weapon. Fresh meat, huh?
Citizen? Ah, you've returned. If I did, thank you.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. Oh my. I take it people are quite direct. I suppose it's quite... Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess. The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office. And then you would find a way to satisfy your... But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessary... Let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. You know, I'm not entirely sure. Karen, you say? And nothing... Older. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. Have you spoken with any of the others? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember. Good. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of... She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers. And then, about a month, she withdrew, stopped working and became despondent. But she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. But there is a small chance that she... I just don't want to see that happen. Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns. Come back.
Salve, friend. I'm welcome to life under the Golden Rule. Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to have. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the garden. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome, 7 months ago, we were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people. And they board. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. I woke up by the river, near that Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me. If you like. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear some... I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look... If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until God's... I hope it... The many shall suffer for the sins of the... I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves, and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then... But on the other hand... I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil, and that's where I get stuck. Is it true? If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of... Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but there was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make... Oh, thank you. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you...
That's the idea.
What? What?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our...
I'm sorry, but I just...
Please, I'll help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort... Thank you. And please...
I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him... I'll have to let... And I'd best pray for poor... Salve, friend. What? Here. What? Oh. Oh. If you like. I'm afraid. If that's true, then. They'll. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you...
That's... Why do you...
Please...
I'm sorry.
Please, help him. Thank...
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how... I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money and went... I'll be stuck slaving away for that cueless... I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess... That was not... I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making after... And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Name's Rufius. Can't talk long, but the station family's from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Same way as... because we're all in grave danger. Magistrate made me talk. If you were dealing with what I... None of your business. If I did, do you think we'd... I'll tell you this much. Then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from... Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues... Of course I am. Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a No. What?
A fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothes, leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise... I have traveled distant trade routes from... and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Is this a riddle, or perhaps you mean to say you feel like you are ahead of your time? I feel the same way. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, my story? How kind of you to ask. You mean to say, With all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother set... I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my... I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance. Oh, if we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at. I don't know about you, but... A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, and we began making our way through some of the most Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation. Gasping, when I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am. Anything you like. Shh. Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this dutiful... Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first... And scaling the chasm wall is out of... But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here this... See, the shaft is quite high. But if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders. I admire your enthusiasm, my friend, but there was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place. And so I say, it is best to not even discuss it aloud. Ah, yes. The many shall suffer. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when Demeter, the mother of Persephone, instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became innocent people died by the tens of thousands until it... So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages. Avoid doing what you would blame others. It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough, for even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never... Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of... The voice. But on a lighter note, for all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do... That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius. Nothing. I hope...
Salve. Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? Well, I'm an architect. Or at least help out with repairs and try to stop... But you probably don't want to hear about the... Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines, they're constructed... But there's one thing that puzzles me. The old... Well, yes, or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Who really built this place? And if only there was a way we could talk to the people. Gladly. Personally, My favorite, they're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering. With a very... It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into... and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake. Hey, not so loud. Just, I'm not saying it's impossible. But you'd have to find a way inside somehow. You mean the Great Temple? This, given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that, unfortunately, someone else went. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, there's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian, and of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that's so we're all left wondering, which god is that temple unless somebody figures out a way inside? Of course. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single... Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Noviomagus. They weren't nearly as... Some people say it's divine, the work of a god. But I'm not so... I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that... Which means one of two things. Either you do, and I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways. The first is to leave. The second is to... Good question. It's best if I say no more, but... Oh, it means someone thinks I'm a sinner, and that I'm going... Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company. Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, and when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost, so I hid who I was for... What was it? But that kind of fear eats away at you. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway, my openness didn't go down well. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting and, or at least I thought that... it's not just graffiti. The strange thing is, I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. If I had to guess, I'd say it's strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burned. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, What? I'm glad you arrived when someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. Come back. Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall, but there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes. I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember... It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it. Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Thanks, I suppose. I wish some people here need proper medical. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean... There was one other person, but that was Nevia, and... Well, she used to run the clinic, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. What? This changes everything, she kept saying. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed. Thank. Sure. Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the goat. Hemlock, I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Mali. Gladly. Well... May Apollo keep you safe.
You have... A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty. You have to do something, or he's... Thank you. I have to hide. Find me in... What? We don't have time. Ugh. The shrine!
Fabia, no! Oh gods, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl! I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, the gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I can't believe she is the god.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise is that understood? You are not off to a good start. When I ask you a question... Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people? A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuary. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go? So you admit you're not allowed to leave. Threatening me is not going to help you. But that sounds and I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." A distinction without a doubt. You've clearly been indoctrinated. Now tell me, where did you lot are practicing human sacrifice? Yes, because it's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, what baffles me is how a person can believe in this. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself. Then do you have any last words? And there's a simple explanation for that. But if you want to know the truth before you die, once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill, and I can think of nothing.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink? Oh, just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, and if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely set. All right. Ah, it's you again. Now, well, it's a lot. I'm a farmer. Always have been. One day, when I was about 20, my father told me to run into the house for his... But by the time I got back, he was bleeding. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from... More raiding started before... One night, when my sister... I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open, but there were more of them. I never saw how many. My home was reduced to ash. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before... Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived... I spent a few years working for my new master. Tried to escape a couple of times. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampede. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I got swept up with them somehow, and next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the god... See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hand, until Sentius the... demanded I hand over all my produce. The good of us all, he says. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden... So, it turns out our dear old... But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting. Forget I said that last part, will you? Thanks, friend. Anyway, that's enough of me. Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, but Centilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be, if anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But, oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about... But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just... even I could do a better job. Me! All right.
Just as the ocean accepts but it does not notice. The bloodless shadows wander without some the house. They never do. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. Help me? You cannot help me. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora. The bloodless shadows. You think it is better for you if you remain the new. Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern. Handsome. I love your clothes. Oh, you're here. I hope I'm not being too full. There's a light in your eyes I've never... Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. Ugh, let it go. You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before... Straight to business, huh? As a matter of fact, I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is... So, how badly do you want it? Ah, I'm impressed. And now for my end of the bargain. This is hemlock. Drink this and your life will be a congratulations. Sorry, a deal's a deal. No reef. I offered to sell you a way out, and I did. It's death. And I should know. This isn't exactly the first time I've made this deal. Oh, I think it is. Oh, do us all a favour.
Ah, wait, now. All right.
Salve, friend. Well... All right, well...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you...
That...
What?
Why do you...
Please.
I'm sorry.
Please, help. I don't... Thank you.
You know about that? How is that possible? Well, you don't understand. I don't... It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. No, I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I'll have to, and I'd best pray for...
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I am delighted. A day of celebration, I announce. I hereby announce a day of celebration in Albany. Yes. Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony? That was either... Well, why have you risked... I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my... I'm glad you asked. I'll find... These good people have suffered... by declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monster. The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove? As you... I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here to... You mean the children's fate? Of course not. But as I always say... Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Of course, just to be clear, I take no... I trust through the door this time? You again. I'm the... I trust through... Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes. Thank you. Delighted and deeply honored. Thank you. And now, I make this solemn promise to you. All right, now you've crossed the line. Get out of there.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. My marital affairs are no concern of yours. I think a better question is, why am I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband. The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would... Well, Domitius! Do I need to call the...
What now? What? Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Without a weapon?
Help me. It hurts.
On your best behavior, I trust?
A new friend. I don't, I'm afraid. But I would. They go from door to door, asking for until finally they come to the little cottage where Baucis. They invite these strangers into their house. They begin gulping down the old couple's, and then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself. It says to her husband, Philemon, I think these men are gods. And the vagrants metamorphosize, and they confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone. You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed. So old Baucis and Philemon. Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with him. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred ritual, but I like to think it's that we should always show compassion. I'm pleased to hear it. I don't, I'm afraid. It must be completed by dusk. Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and able to... Well, you're not as... But if it's any consolation, there are other... By using whatever gifts the gods gave... I'm responsible for announcing it and make... You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. Certain. Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling... Yes, I understand many of... What else? That's true. I know... What else? Yes, I also had such an encounter. It's as I feared. I think... Let me ask you this. And did you... I see. And... Because I've seen her before. There's something... What? How could you know? Please, go and stop him and come...
What is it, citizen? All right?
Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. This is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid I have no idea. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. I hope...
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Ah, a new face. Well, nice to...
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our... Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Hear what? She claimed the statues were whispering to her, but I digress. That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins... Very well. Perhaps I can interest... You mean, how did I end up here? All right. Well, you see, I'm in the... Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasion... Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the dock. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an out. So I gather my coins and some priceless vases into a cart. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it. And I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin. So I start boarding, and then... No, too heavy. The cart... Of course I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those And in one swift motion, she took... No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this... Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady. It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but... I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one... Thank you, friend. I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she was headed to the baths not long... Malleolus. Very well.
Make sure you stay away from that empty shop. Welcome back. Well, help out, but... Nice.
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to...
So you survived the system. Probably just a stroke of fortuna.
Citizen, we're finally alone. We have? Wait, if I understand correct, is that about right? You broke it. You just wanted... What is wrong with you? Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that now I assume you'll sort me out a... Thank you.
On your best behavior, I trust? What now?
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting Oh. Oh no. The question is, what was it do? A skeleton? What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannah? What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Centilla's amulet on another body to make us think... Why would anyone... What? You don't know her at all. She would never do such a... So this is just... I've heard enough. I won't have you peddling scurrilous gossip. Kindly keep your insane conspiracy theories to yourself and leave...
On your best behavior, I trust? On your best behavior, I trust? Fear is proof of a degenerate mind. Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Let me grieve.
Ah, you've returned. Ask them. Good. Of course. What is... Why it look... Thank...
What now? Listen. You don't know. Whatever.
Let me know when you've cleared the way to the...
citizen. Ah, you've... Thank...
Let me greet.
Well, isn't that an impressive trinket? Well, isn't that an impressive
Sisyphus,
trinket?
attack or pursue the stone that always returns. You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Well, isn't that an impressive trinket?
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns.
Don't you just love springtime? Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in for it now. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows, but from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Now, maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected. And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man. Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left. All right.
Hello?
Isn't the great temple majestic?
My name's Dooley. I live here now, but I don't know. Yes, but I wasn't. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me... What does it say? My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. He said if anything ever happened to him, he gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found... All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the... Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Hannibal said I should. Galerius already tried that. He's like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of... Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was. You're going to let me out of here? Galerius. Like, Hannibal... Go. Go. My friend Happy said he called now. Bye bye. Hello. He said he gave all up now. No. Hannah. Like. Bye bye.
Are they? Let me know.
Help! You... A man... You... Thank... What? All right, fine. Come and find me...
Stop, right? Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live.
Curse you, cultist.
I've never seen a lamp like that before. Remarkable. Welcome back. Nice to...
Hello again, my sir. I hope...
You... An accident? So, I do have a question, though. That shrine... So you... kind of...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Follow me, quickly.
Friend? Mine? Oh, sounds... Alright, let me see. Stop fab... I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell...
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always...
Ophelia, listen.
Troublemaker coming into the city.
I know, and I'll take care of it.
Get out of here.
Go and hide, but not in the English shrine.
Did you know I was
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I no idea how you managed to get your hands on it. Especially, and before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it for. But I would like to propose a. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end? Well, between you and me, I found an old scroll from years ago. Hastily written, he wrote that when the golden rule is broken, statues spring to life. Supposedly, one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human. I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, with the ability to transmute organic matter into gold. One could create it. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. And even if we were to split all those riches between the... Excellent. So the first question up there, but now, so are you? Oh. Don't even talk to me.
Salve and welcome. Oh, there's not much to tell. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. I spent the next week in bed. In the end, they decided I'd do better after about a day and I remember, I suppose that... Anyway, I went... Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Good people here. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. And Virgil, well, I'm just saying, there are... Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here. Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other... Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the gold. He'll be just across the fort. All right.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. I'm... My... A good... Anything... That might... Nothing...
And... Well... You would say but... Nice...
Name's Rufius. No idea what... Yes, so what? And why should I? The one true God. Well, I don't know. There's only one true God. I am doing that. If I was about to get everyone else killed... I don't like where this is going. I have no idea what you're talking about.
How'd you do? Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth... Don't even talk.
What are you doing in here? She needs the resin of a plant. It's too late. No. Where? Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. I mean... Oh, I see. Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose though. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster. Thank you. All right.
A new face. Are they? Yes, I suppose that could... What else? Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind. And did you... Keep Oh, I... You really... Excellent. Puts... Why? It's... I don't... I'm but would you... What? And that you, so mean... But up... It'll be... I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been, it was only yesterday that... So... And did you notice... What else? That... And... Because I... But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking...
The murder. Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well...
Ave. We'll talk in the baths. All right, you're here. You were asked here. Look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hot. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a... It's just as you described it. Only it was C-H-A-R-O, Charon. The Charon, who in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of...
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm afraid so. It's all starting. All these people whose last memory was running from... It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have... That was my first thought too. In the old story, but it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were each of them is slightly different. But they always involved the souls of the dead, meeting It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they... That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a... Of course, an obol was a kind of... To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he... You say you saw a young and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some... I suspect the only way you'll solve this Good question. Let's see. But that never made any sense to me. In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she... So, maybe there's something special about the coin. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's rap. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about Hercules was able to leave the underworld. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded, and finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the... It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly... And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the... All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite... You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be... Shh! Is everyone so... That option would be the boldest, but also the only way. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he... I'll admit, you do seem different to anyone I've ever met. So, if you want to who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, the problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as... I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine... If you could recover and replace all 4 of those... It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great... You'll find them all over Rome. But of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style. Roman. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who, and there's only one group of people I know. There's a cult in Rome that often argued that they've been known to start fires. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in but I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the... Good question. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, and there's only one group. There's a cult in Rome that often argued they've been known to start fires. As if I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. Unfortunately, but I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have pursued. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king. First, Proserpina, it's said, the god of the underworld, abducted and... It is. The gods are a mirror. If the stories are true, I imagine she's as desperate to escape as we are. If she really did help Orpheus, the problem is, how do we communicate with her? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also... Truly? And you're... Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? Fascinating. Perhaps she is a benevolent spirit. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak. Tell me, has she told you... That is strange. There are no... Right, because the current flows into the city through the aqueduct and into the upper cistern. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great temple is locked up tight. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another way in. Let me know if you find anything in there. As I mentioned... If true, tell me. That is right, because the current flows into the city through the. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door. You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, let me know if. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as... As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of... May Fortuna guide you. Although you may...
Salve.
On your best behavior, what is it, citizen? All right? What bit? I'm just thinking of how I'm gonna tell her father. Thanks for letting... All right?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, is it? Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to be elected.
You're not supposed to be. I should. This is outrageous. Why are you... The dainty little thing from next door. I think it's a... Preferably... My marriage... The day... Well... Do I need to...
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you... Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I... My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have... You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing, and I'm hardly the only person with the condition. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen. Well, I am not suffering from any... Unlikely, because it simply is... Are you insane? Why would I withdraw... You've...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh, Bacchus, how much Of course. But... And how... I bounced, but... And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the map. But from... maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm... Because... person... but... And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the map. Or...
Just as the ocean, but it does not say it. Then it... I thought I saw it, but when I had to tell myself it was true over and over again. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. He gives such an uncanny... I will do my best. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by the wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place. There the bloodless shadows wander with others, follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. I hope I have done, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden. Friend, you have given me hope.
I love your clothes. Oh, you're here. And, I hope I'm not being too full. There's a... How dare you? Oh, do us all a favour and...
You there! No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old... And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying. But I would like to propose... Tell me, do you have any idea how people here... Well, but he wrote, so now I can't with the user, and even if... Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get on? Now, I have a plan, but first... No problem. Allow Diana is our goddess of the hunt. The one thing priests and poets agree on, and it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum. And would you like to guess? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retreat. Oh, gods no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no... But in my experience, all the best adventures... Now, you must have questions. Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence, my proposal. I'm more of an idea. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you... Only because he was silly enough to get... So... This is a qual... And here we are. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you. Ah, back. Certainly. Oh. Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else? Very well.
What are you doing in here? She needs the... What? Quick, Yulia. Yulia. Hopefully in a moment she should be... That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed... But how could you know she needed this exact medicine? And you just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant in the meantime. I'm Lucretia. I'm glad. Sure. Glad. Asitpats up. That's. Feeling on that.
Wonderful. Just go... A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you can... No, technically, I never said that. I said, if... It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference... Oh, I... You're just gonna have to take your chances. The bow. Now. I would reconsider my position, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. And they can be... You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill them. Let's find out.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again, and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, now, that my heart broke. You're not supposed to be here. My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work. My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength in those sharp metal talons. This was my chance in trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodomi to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to bring you. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to your whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place. And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me, but now that I think about it, they were all benevolent. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then... Wait! You're trying to steal her away from me! Were you planning to wait until I'd done all... Liar! You tried to steal her away from... Give me one good reason why... What? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I am. It's the air. Coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. All right, let me see. I'll go.
But dead. What was that? I take back what I... Let's just forget. Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting... I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing. And then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Certainly. But have you met Livia? She used to do my hair until one day she just snapped. Now she just stands around caked in. Whatever you like. All right.
And ye look, you liar, and not all, but it what? What do you mean? But wait, you're liar. You tried to steal her. Give me what? What? So what have I? It's at least.
The men.
Oh, you're... and dead. What was that? Oh. Oh, you're here. And... oh, I see. You prefer the company... I take back what I... Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. Not... I just... Certainly. Have you met Livia? I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small... There used to be a midwife here, Naevia, but this place drove her mad as a mule. Fortunately for us,
cannot catch the drops of
Scintilla, the
and
magistrate's
the tree you
young...
grasp
How...
at eludes you.
I heard Dacius has been offering a... Have you seen the way Rufius walks around staring at all this? But then... I hear Galerius has a thing for Equitia, but of course she's a Vestal priestess. If she sleeps with him, the magistrate will have to bury her alive. Why do silly boys always want what they can't have? I hear there are blasphemous cultists walking. Some even say. I've already told you. All right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the river. Say.
Hello? Hello? My name... My friend, he said he ought not... My friend, he ought not... Bye-bye.
Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it? Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you'd be interested... Now you're talking, I'm interested. Oh, that's a little excessive, don't you think? All right. But I'm going to need you to tell me... Wait. Let's not be too hasty, friend. I'll just... I suppose you're right. All right, here's your money. Now... what? But I already knew. I can't take that golden bow because you promised to tell me where I could get one of me. What is this? Don't even talk.
Ah, and you... Nice to...
I'm good. Feeling all right? That's...
Sorry, I'm still a bit... Was there something you wanted? As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's... The golden rule. That's the least of... Please. Thank you. You mean my life story? Our father found good... It was a good life for a while. We must have had 100 workers passing, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was... My employer told me to grab what... I remember diving into the river and then... Thank you. All right. I'd been here about a week. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way, she was supposed to be my friend. So she suggested I take out a... I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. I paid Aurelia. And she... You figured it out already. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. But she pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape with... In fact, he just thanked her. That's what I said. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I thought about resisting too, but he locked me in his villa, confiscated everything I owned as collateral. His wife Claudia was just as bad. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours. Those two took everything from me, my hemlock. I just wanted it to be over, but it seems... I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human... When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. Only this time, I won't be able... Honestly, it would have been better. I doubt it. It seems... At least until someone breaks the golden rule. A lot. But it doesn't matter. He's in exactly the same position as I am. He's probably already thrown him. If so, I doubt you could make it up to the... I don't know who you are, or why you seem so...
A golden bow, just like Apollo and
On your best behavior, I trust?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Salve, Fred. Well, all right, well...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Wolf Pierre...
That's...
What?
Why do you...
I know. Please.
I'm sorry.
Please, help. Thank...
You... Well, you don't... It's... If I back... Oh, really? But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Really? Wait. You'd do that for us? It seems today we're both... Thank you, friend. Thank you. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. Ah, Scintilla and I were in love. And then... All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's villa, I wasn't allowed out. So once everyone else was and that's when I saw her. I just sat there on the roof, listening to... And then she looked up and saw me and... She smiled, and from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and cure, and so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb, we'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. All I could do was keep my head down and try to... Scintilla was the one thing that made my life bearable. But all I know is she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she'd never have taken her own life. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my... Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how, or who would want to do... My guess? Malleolus had something. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her. But there is... I've never seen the inside of it. And I haven't been able... But I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed... Oh, I see. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news.
What you did was... Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I could... Even if I had... What you're doing is disgusting. And it... Ah, that...
Be careful who you trust. Oh, it's you. If that's your idea. I know what.
A new face. Oh, Ma, we don't have her sister, and so it's Maeve. Harvey. See you again.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well...
You... Do you know you're here? You have... I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. Sentius, my adoptive father. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they're... Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only... I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it... I'm done caring about the Golden Rule. There won't be enough time. Just you. There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? What? No! It's no use. You'll make it. You're back. Oh, thank you. He's here. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. It's a shame, Rin. You'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft... Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the... You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was... But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was, thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. He was a moralistic fellow, never one. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own. The next time I awoke, you showed up. But you've kind of preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. Just a foot, not many. But don't worry, I'm sure there'll be another useful idiot. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took. The path he wrote about. Better to end it all now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, as I told you the first time we met, I found a way. By reliving the same day over and over again, forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you could take on a Decurion with that? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I would... Well, here I am. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of... It said the attack caused golden statues to come along. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared. I didn't for one moment think it was, but the way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, I don't understand how you could have been here 2,000 years ago. Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? This is disturbing. Yeah. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never... I guess you saved my... Maybe we can escape. I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you... Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. Why don't you tell me what you discovered? While we...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Carol, if you like. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, that most people find comfort in familiarity. That you died, of course. You were dead, my role, as the servant of the god of the underworld. Usually, when people do not remember, most souls would rather ask yourself honestly. As you wish. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, a nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to you. You both fought bravely, but there was nothing He died instantly at the scene, and you followed that man's name. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Karen's Opal by some.
And so it was my... Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferrymen for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a long time ago, my master created 1,000. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died, that is a question you would have to ask him. I am just his servant. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. And there was a tablet describing an event 2000. Supposedly, the city was destroyed. My new friend here, I know how crazy that is.
Maybe not that crazy.
How could you?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it. Well, I think she meant for you to read it. Here.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story. You two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest?
Sounds good to me.
And you?
You're back. Oh, Bank is here. You distract him. Stay right here.
Where is she? So you see, and I not so you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Of course, by reliving the same day.
So you survived the system.
Harvey, we're finally alone. I must have... Is that about... Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now... Now, I assume you've sought me out I think it's best if... You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to try... I'm sorry. Yes, our water supply. Aeneas the tactician, and I'm... I'm glad to hear that. Now, me? You know, you remind... Al. Come now. But he was a... And because I watched him come. And when he finally... The next time I awoke... I mean, you've lived through the dead 5 extra... And yet everything you've done... Because there's no... So, you discovered my secret. Why? And why? You and your... Understand. I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die like Al did. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? Now, get out of my villa. I thought I told you to get out of my villa.
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop. Oh. What? No.
I'm afraid it is. Because she found a way out. And if you're wondering why I'm telling you this, it's because you're never going to... All I have to do is commit a sin. I'm going to kill you now.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Golems.
Salve, friend. Oh. So you... All right, let me see. But I'll go.
Ixion turns.
Are they?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Don't be so foolish. If you kill... And if I die, You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time. Now, get out of my villa.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of... Well... Really? I was just reading an old... It described an event and murdered the local magistrate, breaking some... It said that the voice of a furious god rang out. Apparently, as the citizens screamed... What? God, why does this... I've spent a life... This is... So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created... I guess. So what you're to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out, and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly... Seems like we're both gonna... You murdered a man in cold blood. And now there's a city full of dead people. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions. Pro peccata you, the many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Wow, isn't that a big long bow?
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue.
Name's Rufius. What business? Willowbar. Finally, some relief. I've been in a lot of pain. It was too much. No idea. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key. You didn't get that from me.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
Shalom, friend. You mean where am I? But that's where I was when the fires. Every road leading out several hours down the Appian Way. I can only assume they got the better of me. It's strange though, because I still had a lot of good it did me. And that family. I don't. Well, neither of us have. You're obliging, of course. Thanks. Sentius, I suppose. All right.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible? You're toying with me, right? You're a bit like Sisyphus. Yeah. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was forced to push a great boulder up to the top, forcing him to start over and over. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but... So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus... Anytime. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. Salve! Now. I've bounced, but from what... maybe that's not so... And how could you... Alright.
Sorry, was there some... Our priestess equity, but if that... I mean, I've seen that they've got people... Really? You mean but my... Alright.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings, I'm Georgius. My friend. Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend. Please, let us... Very well, but the magistrate, for several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the Temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and the offering, it is symbolic, so I ask, who? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn. Nothing! Nobody entered, and yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is when I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern. He offered to help investigate. He went in. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would... But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by... Hey, my friend. Ah. And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about... My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must... They do this all the time. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgios the Roman. I accept the world is wrong, but my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old... The plaque you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Douli. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny and besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter. Ah, I knew the... For it, the... Not when I do, but...
Salve and well. Oh, I suppose my put up. All right.
Salve.
Hello. Do you like it? It's shine. But if I go, but it's my. Well, if you get me out of here, like, yeah. Bye bye.
How'd you do?
Oh, shiny.
Citizen. No,
Ah, a new face. I hear we have... what demon or spirit told you about... You went snooping in his place? Have you... Really? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's... Really? That's promising. Nice to talk to you. Welcome back. Well, Malleolus is talking about my... Well, help up, but... there are much but one...
Citizen.
Oh, that... Some people, I mean, which and... Fair enough. Some people, I mean, which me and I'm... Fair enough. Nice to...
Malleolus. No. See.
Nice to...
A new face. Oh my... Shh. Are you I... So... But... The... it look... If you could it's the top... Your... May...
I spent in anyway. Oh.
You're back.
All right.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think...
How'd you do?
Thank you. Thank you.
Salve, friend. Welcome to life on... Ah, we've all... I used to let... I still don't have it. Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I... Please, there was a... Even if I had seen it. Here, are you? But... Oh, we were... I was... Oh. If you like. Ah.
Salve.
Feeling all... That's a shame.
How'd you do?
Shalom. All right.
Salve. Salve again? No. But... and how... even I could... Well... I'm a farmer. What? My mother, more rich one... I got the... What? Yeah, let's try... Every... next... See... So... Thanks. Anyway... but... and how could you know... Well... I'm... What... more what my oh. But because Sentius first. Gladly. All right.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Malleolus isn't received. What? What? You want to see me fight? Whatever.
I'm not supposed to talk. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. You know, I met some time ago when he still cared for me. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Roman. I confronted him about it, and I let it go, eventually, but... To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses. You must think me quite mad. Domitius!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Oh. All right, I'll go.
Oh, you're here. And, there's a... What was that? Let's just forget that ever... All right.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water.
Greetings and salutations. My friend. Please. Very well. For several months now. Each day. Stranger still. Not when I... It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right.
I do, but
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help us.
Curse you, cultist.
Ah, a visitor. Welcome, welcome. It's a sincere... Tell me. Then perhaps the fates brought you here to learn. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been the one thing I long for above all else before I die. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Now, will you join me in a friendly... Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between... You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became... But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely you're... Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you see out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize. And yet still, but under the golden rule, morality matters. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation? Let me guess. Ah, so you think of all the thousands of competing morality systems. And you can follow that system in all situations, because there is only ever one possible interpretation. I honestly can't tell if you're seeking to frustrate me, or... Then you are an absolutist. I can teach you nothing because your mind is closed. And you can teach me nothing because you'll leave this place. Welcome. It's tell. Then perhaps I would the letter X. No. Wonderful. Would you? You are an. But if you strong. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you see out there in the world, being uncertain about right and so we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize. But under the golden rule, morality matters. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference. That is an excellent question, and it leads directly. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could... Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply... After hundreds of years, and as many great thinkers dedicating their lives, what hope do we have if our best and brightest have... My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary. For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will... In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can... Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the golden. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs, and life under tyranny is no... Well, reasonable minds may differ, and if utopia really... In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave? I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in... It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument. But... I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade... I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community fit. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our day. They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished.
I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you. I'm afraid I am the only one left. Some from malnutrition. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface it. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where, like so many things in life, arguments are better. As you would. Ha! If I did, would I be living? Did we not discuss it at length already? You seek the plaque buried. It is a cursed object, and I would be. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entire. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, they gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the temple of Demeter, and hid. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, an even older plaque bearing an Egyptian. We had no idea until years later. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egypt. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts. But it turns out this game has been going on much. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash. There are certain things you must see. Take this key. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence. Ah, you've returned.
Stop! Do not come any closer. I am and let me guess. Another great... To what? That is welcome. I was planning to return it myself, but here, take it. Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children. You may not, in fact, because it speaks a treacherous. I will tell you, but first. Indeed, and I see you know our history. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead, when they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before, as if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to... It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient. Almost, it would imply the gods of Egypt, and that my people did to them what the Greeks had. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set. You will never. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed. You are too late. It is done. It could not have gone any other way. Now, the thing of evil you sought it. I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, when the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified on my 7th trip. A passenger demanded I wait. I told him his brother would have to save himself. I awoke on the banks of the river It did not dawn on me until much later. This is where I belong, as caretaker. I think if someone is to break the golden rule, do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been. I do not know what could possibly lie beneath the underworld. All I know is it would be most good. Wait, you would plunge in. When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming. You have undermined and dishonored the true God of the... Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, why should I let you live after... Then you admit it. You wish to... Many of my ancestors endured great... We prepared to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scale, and yet I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained on... Did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an... Blast! You... Ha, good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, or sign, I can only hope one more tremor will lay...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. You? Poor... Alright. But how... I'll go, but one...
Ixion turns. just as the but it say it. Then and now, friend, you have.
Feeling all right? Sure. Do you really? Glad.
Rheumatism has you so riled
I'm.
Virgil.
What? Glad.
Condition
That's
is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that.
Salve.
This willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God! Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius.
I'm not so tall. You know, some now but oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband. It seems our interests are aligned. But first, I want you to bring me. Oh, don't look at me like that. So, your help? Thank you. Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quint... What? He's... Oh, no. That's... Give me that immediately. What? No. It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed... This is outrageous. Do I need to call Dem...
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here. Ha! What? So... Oh, so much work and... Fine. Ruling this cesspit. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal. There. You got what you wanted. Now... Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
What is it, citizen? All right?
Challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all. A new face. Well, why... Oh. Certainly. See you...
Salve again, friend. How is it possible that you've... Oh, of course.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Ah, it's you again. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling kind of... now. I've bounced the idea, but maybe... He did? Oh, I'll let Equitia know. All right.
May Apollo keep you safe. Feeling all right? That's a shame.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings, I'm Jordan. My Galerius. But of I hope that
Ah, a new face. I hear... Galerius. All right. Nice to...
You look well, my sartorial friend.
Citizen, name's Rufi. Galerius. Fine. See.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Oi! How did you... What now? Whatever.
Isn't the great
Don't
temple
believe
majestic?
a word they tell you. Shalom, friend. Sentius, I suppose. Galerius, the farmer. He's... All right, friend.
Citizen.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff. Hello there, friend. Are you... Sentius, I suppose? Yeah? Certainly, for a few... Pleasure doing business. Very well.
Ave again. It must be completed. It'll be between Sentius, the... Why do you... All of the male citizens who are willing and... That's just the way it's... There are some women who can vote. Vestal priestesses like myself. I can't allow the perception, but if it's any consolation, there are other... By using whatever gifts the god... So, see you... That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
What now? Not that it's any of your business. All right?
Ave.
Sorry. All right.
Ave again. It'll be... Why? As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. Yes. I have overheard... Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Shiny.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helva.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
It's almost as if you're trying to...
Glad Galerius won. He deserved it.
Ave again. See you at...
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? Oh, thank you. You're a big... You can have my shiny plaque, and maybe you can help me find my friend Hannibal used to look after me. And but before that, he told me, if anything... He gave me a key to the cisterns, and told me to keep it safe. Please help me find it. Please. Oh, thank you. Hope you find it. In the... Oh, look over there.
Maybe it is treasure.
I can see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Salve, friend. All right then.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost.
How'd you do? Hello there, friend. Wow. Now... Oh. All right. Wait. Is now... can't you what is it? Don't even talk.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. You? Poor... All right. I'll go.
Who are you? Thank you. We... What? It's no... You're me.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. Nergal to the Cimmerians, but the one constant through it all has been my title.
And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since. And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for. But there will be time for your reckoning. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld. That is a long story. One that began over 3... You see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primate. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you and persuaded the rest of us. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law. For a time, you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that crate, we had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion. And soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance. My kin had seen enough and gave up on your kind. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world. A utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation, and then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called. It was and is my hope that once there, we might want. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium. And if even one human city could prove itself, then Proserpina and all of my part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind, so that I might take her with me to Elysium. And here I am, after all. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names. But perhaps you knew them. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Jupiter, and of course, my beloved. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent us. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined, of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, after another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive. And then they built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their... To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from the city. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coined. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Oath. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Your kind would have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told his tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh. And his words were twisted and Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning. And in a series of a warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, they each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each. Of course, my story is many thousands of years long. It is a matter of perspective. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful. But despite all that, there are rules. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might be. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy. No. Long ago, I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this form for as... This is my... Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of... Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many Kumutabal to the Sumerian. Her role is to ferry souls between them. For that, she earned herself the infamous Ifironi. You will talk more later. As you... That is merely the name your people have given. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building, now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife. Prestigious. All the women, too, were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the... But I was watching. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman, and I left her to stand there, that she might serve as... But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new one, and to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the hall, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to... I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as... And when you disobey, and you always disobey, and so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the... When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, the Romans. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a dupe, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality, no attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in... The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculty. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able. For I am able to commune with all of the statues in the city. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? I have seen no such. Taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who... Applying this rule always... Now... The midwife in the palace, yes. How is that in... The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Blood, they are forsaken. Now tell me. Abduction. He did so because better that he stops her from... Now tell me, what others... The merchant. How is that inconsistent? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others. And... Applying this rule... Now tell me... Ah, the tavern keeper, yes. I disagree. Applying this rule... Now... You speak of the moneylender. And he would... Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. This is... I see. I fail to see. Now tell me. Do you honestly think you could... I should strike you down for that. Now, did you have any... Very well. Good. Then only it has long been within my power to see to the hearts of mortals. When I peer into you, I see only a blank slate. Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here? If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal?
He cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago. Tread lightly. Enough of this. It seems I will need. Why have you come here? Your hubris. If you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong... So, Tell me, why should I? That is a very serious accusation, mortal. I am well aware of the story told by the Greeks. It is entirely unfair. My love was done. It was an act of rebellion against the others. She knew I would have to act to save her, and I did, because accordingly Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The How unfortunate that we are not. Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Of course not, because that would be absurd. My love for her does not mean I am not superior. Now, bah! For a moment I thought you might have been... How so? And be specific. You've made... True. He is a I admit, his cruelty... If you're right, my involvement... But if I were to accept that, are you telling me these humans could... How so? And how is that work? So you say, and yet your world is... You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, but that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone. Perhaps. But if that was so, Surely I would have sensed his deception. Your words sting me, mortal. As difficult as this is to admit, I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let... But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she... I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you... Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never... What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is now. Farewell, mortal.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a... Well... Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time. Learning about the hit... I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for... Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a... They believed that if even one person sinned, then, one day, just as Galerius had finished, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, saving the life of a foiling an assassin, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and the doors just... Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that. What became of him and the other people who lived here? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people? What? Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody... You go on ahead.
You're back! But... Ah, what a relief. Why don't you tell me what you discovered?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just... I do not that most people find comfort. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought my rule. Most ask yourself honestly. As you were exploring a new, you both, there was, he died, that meant you were, it means, there is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a well, along my... It means I am now bereft. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But... you...
Sounds good to me.
And you?
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready. After everything you've been through, so after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you.
Finally here. Remember? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she would... Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even... I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from... Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally I know! I can't believe my luck either. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're gonna be around... Of course, there's a...
Oh, hello.
You. You're here.
There he is.
It's lovely to find... So, you're the hero who somehow... I'm just teasing. Actually, and it... Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's... Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. We're just so thankful for what you did. See you at...
Hello. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of... I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. Bye-bye.
Hi there, I'm Horatio. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life. I'm living up north and studying in the military. The world's changed a lot. But something still. I have to keep challenging the ones who pioneered our paths. Ah, you remembered that. In the words of Epictetus, as those remind yourself your precious one isn't... Thanks. He's not my... Oh, I see what he had more trouble adapting than most. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, but his luck finally ran out. And his life along with it. You're not wrong.
Hey. I take it you're the Oracle? Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius.
Evening.
After what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, she knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister, but he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summoned. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell. Eternal torment. Just what he does. Then I suppose he got his wish. You too.
You're... Oh, of course, sorry. And of course, getting me... Oh, I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus. Oh, Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her... After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling as... Thank you. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she... Even in your time, apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way to Nigeria? Some people... Well, you are the Oracle. Huh. You too! If you're ever in London, let me know. I hope.
You are here. It's nice to find... Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to... Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep... You too.
Greetings. I take it you're the Oracle everybody's talking about. We have? I'm sorry, I don't remember. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century, and it seems I have your catap... I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge. Not that I need the money, but I do love... My sincere...
Hello.
Magnificent museum, is it not? Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely Perhaps one day. Once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of You too.
You're the one we've been waiting for.
I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew. I'm just so happy to be here with you. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. Thank you. You...
Some soiree, innit? Ah, hello at last. You must be the Oracle of... Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy... Most gracious of you. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. You being the Oracle, and I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you reckon? Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. Of course, don't let me keep you. Hello again. Of course, don't let me keep...
Good evening.
Hello there.
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with... Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000... I'm already up to the 19th century, and men have called me mad. But the question... And...
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard... I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the... But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and after you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people. Like you help... Thank you. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after. Wonderful.
It is an honor to finally meet you. Oh, of course. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that case, and for your role in... For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths, and I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start for what you did. Sorry, I'm not... I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Haven't decided what I'm going... Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. You...
It's so nice to finally meet you. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there, and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but what? I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam. Just, of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming, you natives of the 21st century. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to
We meet again. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. And I wanted to say thanks, and no hard feelings, for leaving me. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. You can try some of our... Thanks.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to say the way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. Every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world, so we're living each day to the fullest. Sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our... And I... Thank you. You too.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving from. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life. I wanted to meet you in person. And thank you for freeing all these people. I hate to think what would have happened to us. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him. Indeed. Suffice it to say that I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of... After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, so I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could... What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, And as a veteran soldier, he had long since shed. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploring. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him. And there was little I could do but wait for someone like you. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on it. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.